Well then, here we are, action continuing from the Eastern Division here in the 2025 minor league cricket. The Philadelphians take on the New England Eagles. The Philadelphians have really enjoyed the 12:30 slot here at the New York Ovals. They've played here all 3 days of cricket so far at this exact time. So I've been following the Philadelphians everywhere, it seems, as I've been covering these 12:30 games. So here they are in action against the New England Eagles. The New England Eagles with points on the board, having defeated the Manhattan New Yorkers yesterday. The Philadelphians yet to get up and running. 0 points, sit at the bottom of the table right now with losses to the Somerset Cavaliers and the Stallions. They'll be looking for a change of fortune, and very quickly. So the Eagles winning the toss, electing to have a bowl first. As you would expect, any side winning the toss has not been hesitant to bowl first. And Hamad Tanvir will start the attack for the Eagles, bowling to Ryan Scott and Shrey Sethi out in the middle. Sethi, the man on strike. Good start, and we've seen how much reliance there has been on Ryan Scott and Shrey Sethi to get the Philadelphians off to a good start. We've seen some meaningful partnerships between the two of them, maybe not striking as cleanly as they would have liked throughout the first 6 overs, but Shrey Sethi and Ryan Scott have put up some decent partnerships throughout the season so far. And particularly Shrey Sethi has looked to be a solid new find here for the Philadelphians. Down the ground from Sethi, will so yet to get off the mark. Under 19 international for the UAE, Shrey Sethi, partnered alongside Ryan Scott, who has established a strong minor league career. So New England Eagles will be looking to capitalize on some momentum, having taken care of the Manhattan New Yorkers. Guides this one away. So the first run on the board for the Philadelphians is off the bat of Shrey Sethi. Will bring the explosive Ryan Scott onto strike, who hasn't been very explosive this season to start off 2025, but a player like Ryan Scott can snap into form in an instant. And he'll be looking to get things right today. The Philadelphians will need a big performance with the bats. We've seen them. It's one area that's been lacking. They've had to chase on a couple of occasions in a reduced 14 over game. They needed 140 to win, so going at 10s right from the outset, and they struggled to get over the line. Similar situation against the Stallions in a full 20. They had to chase a competitive 154, which in these conditions has not been the easiest of totals to chase, and once again they fell short. So the batting has been a bit of a letdown. Batting first for the first time this season, they'll look to get a competitive score on the board, and Ryan Scott is certainly the man that'll help. Gets a short one right away from Hamad Tanvir. And the Eagles are pretty much celebrating already. They're begging the decision for the umpire to come. But not out, says the umpire, perhaps thinking it came off the shoulder. Not really the glove or the bat. So big appeals from Hamad Tanvir and from the New England Eagles, thinking that they had their man. But no finger was raised from the umpire, so Ryan Scott will survive. But it's a New England Eagles team that'll be flying high with confidence, having defeated the Manhattan New Yorkers, and perhaps sensing that the Philadelphians have not been playing at their best. So we'll feel that they're in this game, and they've got a good chance to walk away with points again. Hamad Tanvir started well, just a 1-run conceded. Good delivery. So follows up the short ball with a much fuller one. Looking to drive through the offside as Ryan Scotty is very strong through the offside. So Hamad Tanvir has started off very well here for the New England Eagles, new to the team this season. And Ryan Scott yet to get off the mark. Shrey Sethi is on 1. Wow! Firmly struck straight back. And Hamad Tanvir will certainly be feeling the effects of that one. It was struck hard down the ground from Ryan Scott. And immediately Hamad Tanvir in a lot of discomfort. I don't even think he was trying to outstretch a hand. He was trying to get out of the way, I think. And it was just struck so firmly. Rocketed back onto the left hand. And already some trouble here for the New England Eagles. One of the frontline bowlers, Hamad Tanvir, feeling the effects of a shot from Ryan Scott. He bowled a good over, though. It's 1 for none as the Eagles tend to Tanvir. So still some treatment being applied here to Hamad Tanvir. Already a long stoppage in this one. It was a firm hit from Ryan Scott. Struck him flush on the hand. Not entirely sure which part of his hand. But it's a big blow because he bowled an exceptional over, just conceding 1 run. So Hamad Tanvir looks to have gotten that hand of his wrapped up. Testing out the arm. He's looks for now that he's going to carry on. He'll be hoping at least for a couple of balls that no shots go in his direction. Try and get that hand healed up. So Noman Iftikhar will pick up the attack, and that famous circle that he makes at the top of his mark. Not quite ready. So just the one on the board for the Philadelphians. So Iftikhar will make that circle again. Bowling to Shrey Sethi. Driven but straight to the fielder. So we know Shrey Sethi is one of those players that very textbook, loves to drive the ball, cover drive, straight drive, very technically sound, and he's done it to great effect. We saw him yesterday get off to a decent start, but began to struggle a bit in those middle overs. Eventually pressure got to him and he was dismissed. One that beats the outside edge, and Noman Iftikhar has been around cricket for so many years now, and just seems to get better with age. There's Noman Iftikhar, that experience that he offers, and is still running in with a fair bit of steam. Lovely sliced up and over from Shrey Sethi. It'll be the first boundary for the Philadelphians. Just given the right amount of width from Iftikhar. Goes up and over, and Shrey Sethi, as I mentioned earlier, has really been a top find for the Philadelphians. The man out of the UAE. Plays under 19 cricket for the UAE national side, so getting the call up by the Philadelphians to take part in 2025, and has paid out decently well. 5 runs on the board, all 5 belonging to Shrey Sethi. In the air again. Has he found a gap? Yes, he has. So back-to-back boundaries suddenly off the bat of Shrey Sethi. And Iftikhar started the over well, but has now been met with some aggression from Shrey Sethi. Very strong on the offside. A couple of boundaries, and exactly what the Philadelphians will need. They'll want somebody to get them off to a quick start. We know how important this opening partnership is, and again, we've seen some decent starts from them as a partnership, but not the explosive nature that we're accustomed to. Playing and missing that occasion on the drive is Sethi. Another one that beats the outside edge. So very good over from Iftikhar, barring two deliveries that went to the boundary. 2 overs done, 9 without loss. So this will be interesting. Hamad Tanvir will continue. Still grimacing that left hand. He'll continue to operate here despite the injury. He'll be bowling to Ryan Scott. Struck from Ryan Scott. This one racing away to the boundary. It will get there. So 4 runs off the bat of Ryan Scott. He gets off the mark. And the Philadelphians up to 13. Started to see a couple of boundaries flow now. 2 from Shrey Sethi in the previous over. And now 1 from Ryan Scott.
Yeah.
And Hamad Tanvir perhaps still a bit shaken up from that knock. Into the leg side from Ryan Scott. He's a fast runner. He's going to push for 2, but will only be a single. And now they'll push for 2 with the misfield. Pressure on the fielders. And Ryan Scott is one of those players, very athletic, very fast. Will always be looking to come back for runs and will capitalize on any bit of blunder in the outfield. So decent start to the over already for the Philadelphians. 6 runs in 2 balls. Pulled away from Ryan Scott. This will be 4 more. So Tanvir going into the surface that time. On the pull is Ryan Scott. And away it goes to the boundary. So this is a big over for the Philadelphians. 10 runs from just the first 3 deliveries. And it's a good sign for Ryan Scott. Seemingly got his timing early on in proceedings. A couple of boundaries from him. And as I mentioned at the start of the innings, a player like Ryan Scott, you never know, even during a lean patch, just that nature of his batting style, he can get going at any second and flip the switch, and suddenly Ryan Scott is in peak form. So we'll see how he carries on here in an already good over for the Philadelphians. And pressure now on Hamad Tanvir, who bowled a good first over prior to the injury. Inside edge onto the pad. Much better ball from Tanvir. So Hamad Tanvir, good comeback delivery. Has conceded 10. Bowling to Ryan Scott. Playing a miss that time from Scott. Through it goes to Rizwan Mazar behind the stumps. So Tanvir has come back well. We saw him really test the surface, go into the surface. The first half of this over has pitched up slightly more. And that has seemingly caused a bit more problems for Ryan Scott. Final ball of the third. 10 runs from it. Hamad Tanvir bowling to Ryan Scott. Advances, sends that one right to the right of our media tent, and narrowly misses our production vehicle. And a massive strike down the ground from Ryan Scott. Made the move early, and again Hamad Tanvir going into the pitch that has not quite worked out for him. Ryan Scott is looking in dangerous form. A maximum to end the third over. It's 25 for none. And there, those happy Philadelphians fans. They haven't had much to cheer about. Let's go Philly cricket. The fans have arrived. It's been a quiet first few days of the season. We know the Philadelphians always have probably the biggest fan following across minor league cricket. And finally, that iconic yellow tent has finally arrived here in Albany. You see that part of the ownership group, Mayur, there with the hat, has not had the best start to the season he would have hoped from his boys, but back-to-back losses. But it's been a good start here today from Ryan Scott. They'll love to see that shot from him a couple more times. And the Philadelphians fans, they'll be hoping that they get a change of fortune here today against the New England Eagles. And the Philadelphians, that seemingly iconic yellow and black. And for those football fans that would know, Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga, the yellow wall, as their fans are known, that sea of yellow and black every time there's a home game. The Philadelphians is, albeit a much lesser somewhat of an equivalent to the yellow wall in minor league cricket, with the yellow and black being sported all around. Remember those days, the first couple of years where we had games in Pennsylvania at Exton Park? It was always a sea of yellow and black. Made it quite intimidating for teams at times to walk in and see just the support that the Philadelphians have, not only from their fans but from their owners as well. Driven and straight into the hands of the fielder. So Noman Iftikhar has continued. Shrey Sethi looking to drive and slices it, and the first wicket goes down for the New England Eagles. So I was just mentioning how good of a start it's been for Philly, and they have lost the promising Shrey Sethi for 9, slicing one away, and a simple catch taken, and Noman Iftikhar has struck. It's 25 for 1 as Shrey Sethi will depart for 9. Adil Narshawan with the catch. It was hit straight to him, and you can see the dejected Shrey Sethi walking back to the pavilion. Very frustrated at that one. Very good timer of the ball, very good driver of the ball. So to drive one straight into the hands of Adil Narshawan, be very disappointed. As Umkar Zope walks to the middle for the Philadelphians, one of their youth players coming into the side, the under-21s. Remember, every side mandated to have one player under 21, one player under 19 in their playing 11. So Umkar Zope, one of the under-21s for the Philadelphians. They've actually got 3 in the side today. Shrey Sethi being one, Umkar Zope and Ayush Patel. So relying on some youth today are the Philadelphians. And again, still no Bhaskar Yadram, still no Liam Plunkett in this 11 for the Philadelphians. So still missing a few big names. No Akeem Diwar as yet. Sliced away, and that'll be 4. So Umkar Zope gets off and running with a boundary, and continuing to just keep things moving along nicely for the Philadelphians. They're going at over 8 runs and over. And very important, especially for a young player coming in for his first game of the season. Getting a bit of width, slicing away into the gap nicely. And Umkar Zope is off and running in some style. Will certainly be an early confidence boost for the youngster. getting a boundary of just his second ball of the season. Driven firmly straight to the fielder, so Omkar Zope looks to be in good touch. The Philadelphians will be looking for some big partnerships as well. We normally would have seen Aditya Ganesh walking at number 3, so the addition of Zope has perhaps just shifted everybody down a spot. Well, the roar from the grunt from Noman Iftikhar as he let that one fly through. It's a very determined cricketer, is Noman Iftikhar. He's been around for so long. He's seen just about everything. He's bowled to just about everybody. And even at the minor league level, at his age, continues to run in, continues to give 110% in every ball, and you can hear that at times with the loud grunt from Iftikhar. He's putting everything he's got into the delivery. Big swing and a miss from Omkar Zope. So Iftikhar ends the over well again. 29 for 1 after 4. So first bowling change for the New England Eagles. Vaibhav Sankaran will come into the attack, and we see Vaibhav Sankaran seemingly an all-rounder. We see him open batting at the top of the order, and here he is with ball in hand now, bowling to Ryan Scott, who has been out of strike for a bit of time. High in the air from Ryan Scott, but long enough, and right in front of the Philly spectators, who will be cheering every bit of that. A lovely shot off the bat of Ryan Scott, and he looks so good today. It is Ryan Scott getting the ball out of the middle of the bat very early on, and it's something that I just noticed about him the first 2 games, was playing and missing, getting inside edges too many times. Today though, everything seemingly coming off nicely, and that time a play and a miss from Ryan Scott. It's one of those batters that you don't mind the play and miss here and there, because you know he's going to put his full force behind the shot, and inevitably that'll happen. Again, another swing and a miss. And again, it's to be expected of a player like Ryan Scott, who's looking to hit every ball. But you just felt in the first 2 games it was getting to a point where he was missing too many. I think today he's looked a lot more composed. 2 4s, 2 6s already. Just chopped into the ground. So Sankaran is coming back a lot better here. One getting a fair bit of bounce off the surface. Through it goes to the keeper. So very good comeback here from Vaibhav Sankaran. Ryan Scott has pretty much been looking to hit every ball. And that's the type of player he is. Play and a miss again, so very good stuff from Vaibhav Sankaran. Closes out the over exceptionally, just 6 off it. It's 35 for 1. So here is Iftikhar, and what a cracking shot off the bat of Omkar Zope, and that'll go away for 4. So Noman Iftikhar, he's running in hard, he's steaming in, and Omkar Zope realizing that just try not to overhit it. He's already running in with so much pace. Just find the gap, and so he did. So a couple of boundaries now off the bat of Omkar Zope. Promising young player. And years of experience between bowler and batsman in terms of Noman Iftikhar. We know how much cricket he has played across the country. Omkar Zope, one of the up-and-comers around the East Coast. And what a way to start the 6th over, final over of the power play. And Omkar Zope realizing that, capitalizing on delivery, finding the gap nicely. And even though it only went for 4, it was struck firmly and it bounced and rolled into the bushes. So it'll take a bit of retrieving. It was struck very powerfully from Zope. So 39 for 1 into the 6th over as the New England Eagles try to retrieve the ball. So it took a bit of finding. The third umpire was already out there with a replacement ball. But we'll have to run back as it has eventually been retrieved. Firmly hit boundary off the bat of Omkar Zope. And one of the dangers of this ground is almost, and at least on this pitch, almost entirely surrounded by bushes aside from the media center end. Taken on the pad. Big appeals from the New England Eagles. Not out, says the umpire. So yeah, this one right on the edge, this pitch right on the edge of the New York Ovals here. So pretty much exclusively surrounded by trees, by dense forests. Iftikhar 1 for 16 from 2.2 overs. Straying down the leg side, short down the leg side will be a wide. So he's had a bit of a mixed day, Iftikhar. Got the wicket of Shrey Sethi, but has been pounced on a couple of times. Conceded a number of boundaries. Into his third over, and we typically see that with Noman Iftikhar bowling 3 in the power play. He's a very potent power play bowler. Again, down the leg side. So just straying off course now is Noman Iftikhar. He's got to regain that line, find that area. Strayed down the leg side a couple of times, and it's really an area he does not want to stray down the leg side. There's no protection, almost no protection on the leg side. Albeit dot ball, so he won't want to get too straight, won't want to go into the pads. He's set a field completely packed on the offside. We've seen 2 boundaries off the bat of Omkar Zope. Pulled away from Zope, and there I mentioned vacant leg side is almost free pasture, and Omkar Zope has picked up another boundary. So this is turning out to be a very good over for the Philadelphians. Iftikhar's third has not quite gone to plan. He's strayed down the leg side a couple of times, and now allowing Zope to just pull into the open leg side for a boundary. Oh, knocked him over. So what a response. What a response from the veteran Noman Iftikhar. Has been struck for a couple of boundaries and has removed the young Omkar Zope. What a delivery. Off stump is out of the ground. And Noman Iftikhar picks up his second wicket. The Eagles have their second wicket. And what was looking to be a solid over for the Philadelphians has turned into disaster as Omkar Zope loses his off stump, and the Philadelphians are 45 for 2 as Zope walks back for 12. So Aditya Ganesh walks to the middle for the Philadelphians, Noman Iftikhar. And that is the experience of Noman Iftikhar coming into play, being struck for a couple of boundaries, knows exactly how to come back. Came back in some style, removing Omkar Zope. Brings Ganesh out to the middle, who is yet to really have much of a big impact on this Philadelphians lineup. High expectations of him, of course, being a major league player for the LA Knight Riders. Would have been a first round pick in the draft a few years ago, so comes into the Philadelphians with a lot of expectations. Would have been part of that East Bay Blazers side that finished as runners-up from the Bay Area last season. He'll be facing up to Noman Iftikhar, bowling his final ball of his third over. A lot of adjustments now being made to the left-handed Ganesh. Makes that circle, does Noman Iftikhar. And we'll run into Aditya Ganesh. Guides this one away, but straight to the fielder. So 10 runs off the over, but they'll gladly take the wicket, the Eagles. 45 for 2 at the end of the power play. So the Philadelphians camp will be cheering their boys on. It still hasn't been a bad start. 7.5 runs and over. They've lost a couple of wickets though, which will certainly be alarming. A funny observation here with the Philadelphians. We've only seen one single in this entire inning so far. We've seen one single, one double, and 2 fours off the bat of Ryan Scott, 2 fours from Shrey Sethi, 3 fours from Omkar Zope, and 2 sixes from Ryan Scott. So they've dealt almost entirely in boundaries. 42 of the 45 runs on the board has come by way of boundaries. So it's really been boundary or nothing for the Philadelphians. And we've seen the loss of a couple of wickets, so now with the field spread, much more opportunities perhaps for those 1s and 2s, but Ryan Scott not a man that settles for those. Ryan Scott is the man looking for boundaries, and Sankaran has come back into the attack.
What's up? Those bros.
Has that slug sweep in his arsenal. That is a popular shot for Ryan Scott against the spinners. This one will land safely, so we'll get a single, a rare single in this innings for the Philadelphians. Just the second single run, and we're into the 7th over. Apurva Maheshram right in front of us on the boundary. Top young player, has been part of this Eagles setup for a number of years now, and the New England Eagles have undergone many changes, but one man that has stayed the same. Apurva Maheshram, one of the few that have stuck around with the New England Eagles. The captain as well, Rizwan Mazar, has been a long time, has been a career man with the New England Eagles. Cut away, so Aditya Ganesh is off the mark. Vaibhav Sankaran, 1.4 overs, has only conceded 8 runs. His first ball went for 6 in his previous over off of Ryan Scott, so since then he's bowled incredibly well, only conceding 2 more runs from his next, 9 deliveries. And Ryan Scott looking to go straight down the ground, so Scott has gone a bit cold. Has been looking for the big shots all the time. Sankaran has been very tight. Looking to just defend off the back foot is Ryan Scott. So through it goes to Mazar behind the stumps. 47 for 2 after 7 overs. So 47 for 2 after 7. And a new bowler introduced in the form of Hashib Imrul. Hashib Imrul, another player out of the New York area I've seen so many times. Know him very well. Hashib has been part of minor league in the past with the Somerset Cavaliers. Now with the New England Eagles. Big shout and the finger goes up. So Hashib Imrul has come into the attack and second ball has removed Ryan Scott. Big appeals straight away from the New England Eagles. Up went the finger and Ryan Scott has got to depart, who was struggling to regain some of that early momentum he had, and he departs for 23. And the Philadelphians 48 for 3, beginning to lose wickets. Imrul strikes. So Ryan Scott was looking promising today, but once again just falling victim of playing and missing too many times. 14 dot balls. He's faced 20 balls, 14 of them were dots. 1 single, 1 2, 2 fours and 2 sixes. So has struggled a bit with consistency, just laying bottom ball. So Hashib Imrul, top quality bowler. Very underrated, I feel, is Hashib Imrul. A man that goes about his business very quietly. Swept away, and will await the signal to see whether it's 4 or 6. The fielder doesn't seem too sure. Early indication is that it's gone all the way. It has. So a maximum. Second ball just swept away nicely from J. Kishan Parwani, the new batter. And a fine way for him to get off and running. Similar we saw to Umkar Zop get off the mark with a boundary. So another new young player, J. Kishan Parwani, into the Philly lineup. Looking to drive one, but ends up getting into the leg side. So he'll get a single. And the Philadelphians have still been able to keep a decent run rate, going out over 7 and over with, on this surface, on these conditions, have been where you about want to be. Problem is, wickets have began to fall at an alarmingly quick rate. Tugged away from Aditya Ganesh will only pick up a single. So Imrul gets the wicket of Ryan Scott and concedes 9.56 for 3. So Navneet Uruganti, we'll see him into the attack now for the New England Eagles. We saw Imrul get a wicket. Now the left arm orthodox of Uruganti coming into play. They'll get a couple of runs to Aditya Ganesh. And pretty much every innings you would look at has been kind of the same throughout minor league cricket, throughout all 6 teams in this division. Spin has completely dominated the middle phase. From the end of the power play, maybe all the way up to around the 15th, 16th over, you will see teams laced with spin. This one is in the air. And one that is well out of reach in the end for Adil Narshawan, who took a catch earlier. One that popped up in the air. Maybe could have used some quicker legs from Adil Narshawan. Worked away again, will be just a single. So this is the type of game Aditya Ganesh likes to play, and I felt that chase was yesterday was an interesting game for him, and I felt a game that he probably should have done a lot better in, considering the situation. Yes, the asking rate was increasing, but wickets are also falling, and Aditya Ganesh is someone that can really balance the conservation with the aggression. And I just felt getting out the way he did, he'll certainly be frustrated. He wasn't able to push on more yesterday. Parwani gets this to the offside. Fielder runs around, will bring up a couple of runs. So this is good. This is good from the Philadelphians. Just getting the 2s in. J. Kishan Parwani has looked to score very early on. 9 of just 4 deliveries. We saw the maximum second ball from him. Looking to play it late in the end, just letting it go to Rizwan Mazar. Swept away from Parwani. Will get a single. And I point out how prominent the spin attack has been as Uruganti finishes the 9th over. 8 runs from it, 64 for 3. So Imrul will continue. I mentioned the spin attack and how prominent spin has been throughout the middle overs. And I say that because the New England Eagles are a side that actually boasts a lot of pace options. We'll see Imrul, the likes of Imrul, Uruganti, sharp single taken, but not out, says the umpire. We'll see Imrul, Uruganti, Sankaran. I'm sure we'll see a lot of them operate. They've got plenty of pace options though as well. We saw Hamad Tanvir already. We saw Noman Iftikhar already. Aryan Joshi is another fast bowling option. Earl Henningham. We haven't seen Earl Henningham as yet. And even in the rest of the squad, not playing today, but the two Malipalis, Nikhil and Vasuveda Malipali, both seamers as well. So down the ground from Aditya Ganesh will get just a single. So interesting makeup of the squad. Adil Narshawan is another bowling option. We know can bowl both pace and spin. Apurva Maheshram, another spin option. So a lot of all-rounders in the New England Eagles lineup. Swept away from Parwani, but straight to the fielder, so will just be one. But this is good from the Philadelphians. I mentioned how little singles we saw in the power play. Since the conclusion, it's been a lot more rotation of strike. The boundaries have dried up, but Philly is continuing to get runs. Aditya Ganesh will get runs for that as well. He'll get 4 of them. It's a very nicely played from Aditya Ganesh all along the ground. That's the kind of player he is. Very stylish. Touch player, will look to play shots along the ground. Not a lot of risk attached to his game, but will still find a way to score and score quickly. Goes up to 13 and takes this partnership up to 23 of just 14 balls between Ganesh and Parwani. Just a single to end from Aditya Ganesh. 8 off the over from Imrul. At the halfway stage of the innings, the Philadelphians are 72 for 3. So back for the second half of the innings. Adil Narshawan comes into the attack. I mentioned Adil Narshawan capable of bowling both spin and pace. Looks to be bowling spin here in Minor League 2025. He started out as a pacer. I remember years ago watching him. Was a top quality pacer. Has since transferred his exploits to the slower side of things. So Parwani is on 12, Ganesh on 15. Partnership of 25 between them has built. Adil Narshawan, another experienced player. We saw Noman Iftikhar get a couple of wickets. Experience in his own right is Narshawan. Not so experienced in minor league cricket though. Just his first season. Hustle through for a quick single. Parwani has looked quite solid. Has struck a 6, has rotated the strike quite nicely. And dot balls. I mentioned just the frequency of dot balls has been a topic of discussion for many teams throughout this tournament so far. For the Philadelphians, it's been no different. Especially looking at Ryan Scott, looking at Shrey Sethi, consuming a lot of dot balls throughout their innings. Aditya Ganesh and J. Kishan Parwani just showing how rotation of strike works, turning the ones into twos, doing the little stuff right. And eventually the big hits will come. Looking for one of them there is Parwani. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Will just be a single, but very easily moving along here are the Philadelphians, and they seem quite content, quite happy with what they're seeing out to the middle. We know this middle phase of the game is very important, and we've seen it this season. This is really where the game is becomes so difficult for a lot of sides. Nothing about that was difficult though from Aditya Ganesh. Swept it away easy as you like. Found the gap. Placement was excellent from Aditya Ganesh, and this is the type of player and the type of form that we're accustomed to seeing Ganesh in. 8 from the over. It's 80 for 3. Imrul once again, 2 overs, 1 for 17. Down the ground. Does well. Parwani will only pick up a single.
Swinging
20 to Aditya Ganesh has looked much more solid today. There, just that drop and run has been really good. It's been very good cricket between Parwani and Aditya Ganesh. Just 3 dot balls in the last 3.2 overs. So they've just been able to constantly keep things moving, even if it's just one at a time. Full toss, that has to be put away. And it is from J. Kishan Parwani. 1 bounce into the boundary. Poor ball from Hashib Imrul, and just again a clinic on how batting should be done in this middle phase. Just rotate the strike, And then boom, that bad ball does come at some point. And when it does arrive, you've got to make full advantage, and J. Kishan Parwani does so on that occasion, finds the boundary. So let me just inspecting the ball here. Parwani coming back into the 11 today. Swept away as he found the gap here. No, he hasn't. Fielder comes around. We'll keep it to a couple of runs. And you can hear the Philly camp. The noise from the Philly camp is getting louder and louder because they know that this is a big partnership brewing. 40 runs between Parwani and Aditya Ganesh. And they've just batted really well. Cut away. Bit of footwork done there by Adil Narshawan. Could be a single. So 49 deliveries remaining. 9 runs off this over. Again, no dot balls. This has been very good batting. Very smart batting as well from Aditya Ganesh and J. Kishan Parwani. And again, more runs. So continuing to just find areas, find ways to just rotate the strike and move things along nicely. They're going at over 7.5 still. It's 90 for 3 after 12. That 10 seems to have attracted a few more people since the start of the game. The Philadelphians' yellow tent has been very lively, very busy. Always buzzing is the Philadelphians camp, and I mentioned Liam Plunkett, not in the 11, but has been part of this Philadelphian squad for a number of years, has played a big part in that in terms of the marketing of this Philadelphian side. It's a very historical place as well for cricket, is Philadelphia. So credit to Liam Plunkett. Moving over to the United States has really rekindled some of that historical significance of Philadelphia and has enlightened the people of Philly. Sharp single taken, but it will only be a single. Yeah, Liam Plunkett has come in, has enlightened the Philadelphians, a more American audience, on just how popular cricket was back in the days and around the 19th century, particularly in Philadelphia. And since then, the Philadelphians have attracted a big fan base, a city that loves its sporting culture. That's Philadelphia. Reigning NFL champions, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles. They're a very lively sporting city. Just some movement happening behind the side screen. Swept away from Aditya Ganesh. Couple more, so he's been very strong on the sweep today. The traditional sweep has Aditya Ganesh. Now Shawan, 9 balls, has conceded 12 runs. Asking for a wide there is Aditya Ganesh. We won't get it, so one of the rare dot balls that we'll see. It's been a very good batting display. Swept away again, this time straight to the man. Aditya Ganesh. So Narshawan has conceded 13, bowling to Parwani. Aditya Ganesh has faced 21 balls, just 4 of them dots. Parwani has faced 16. Just 3 of them were dots. That'll be his 4th. So looking for a switch hit, doesn't go through. End of 13, 95 for 3. So bowling change with 7 overs remaining. And it's the first time we're seeing Earl Henningham pick up the attack. So reintroducing some pace. I kind of expected to see Henningham towards the death overs. We've seen him perform this type of role for the Eagles in the past. Want to break this partnership here, will the New England Eagles. They've got power to come, do the Philadelphians, and I think it's set up. Parwani and Ganesh have set up this innings nicely for a corner dry, we saw Devish Rai Prasad play a blinder of an innings yesterday. Raymond Ramratan, Suprit Madan, batting options galore for the Philadelphians. Helped on its way and just out of reach. Cross for a couple of runs. Just out of reach for Mahesh Ram. So Henningham, can he be the man? He's got 777 on his back. Lucky number at the casino. Can he be the lucky man for the New England Eagles and take a wicket? Swing and a miss from Parwani. Now some words being exchanged here with Ganesh and Parwani, just telling him to keep with the plot. 50 partnership has come up as well. Missed that between these two with that couple of runs we saw. 50 partnership of just 37 deliveries. Yeah, nice. Just smart cricket. And may have just caught the fielder napping a bit. Allows them to come back for a couple of runs. $100 up for the Philadelphians. 100 comes up in the 14th over. 52-run partnership has played a big role in getting them to that 100 mark. Parwani, both batters on 27 actually. Nicely played. Heaved away to the boundary from J. Kishan. Parwani picks up 4 more and another good over for the Philadelphians. continuing to get runs all around the ground, and the Eagles have seemingly been lost for answers. They've had a lot of running to do across the ground, just wearing down the Eagles, perhaps over by over. The ones, the twos, testing them in the outfield and then finding the gaps. Just manipulating the field very nicely at the moment is Parwani and Ganesh. Pulled away, one hand off the bat. What a stop. Has he stopped it? Has he done good enough? I don't think he has. A valiant effort, did the hard work, got there at first, but just the momentum not enough to keep it from going into the boundary. So back-to-back boundaries from J. Kishan Parwani. 13 runs off the over. It's 108 for 3 after 14. So shift is over for the substitute Apurva Maheshram. Hamad Tanvir has made his way back onto the field, was given a rest after taking that hit. Bowled a couple of overs for Maheshram. His time as a substitute is up. He heads back to the dugout. Now Shawan will continue 2 overs for 13. Cries of catch it, and lands right in front of our camera. Lovely shot off the bat of Aditya Ganesh, advancing down the wicket, and launches one right in our direction. Narrowly missed the camera. Swept away from Ganesh. Find a fielder. Will just be one, but flirting with danger with that 6 was Aditya Ganesh. Almost knocking some of our equipment down, and that's not cheap, Aditya. 34 deliveries remaining. Eagles desperately need a wicket. No bowler has really had any sort of pressure being applied back to the Philadelphians. It's been all too easy for them to just keep scoring and scoring and scoring. And the Eagles have certainly been worn down. They've tried so many options. Imrul has gone for over 9 and over. Now Shawan has not been able to get a breakthrough. Henningham went for 13. Not only have wickets not been coming, there hasn't been very tidy bowling either. It's just been far too easy. Another single to Aditya Ganesh, and almost a miscommunication. Anything to find a way back into this game, the New England Eagles will have to accept. Because right now the Philadelphians are in full control. Going at almost 8 runs and over. 117 on the board with still 32 balls to go on a deep batting lineup ahead. Who comes next will be my question. We know the captain, Cornet Rai, can hit the ball a long way, but we saw how good Devish Rai Prashad was towards the back end of yesterday's chase. Do you capitalize on Prashad's form, and do you send him in next year to wicket fall? Decisions ahead for the Philadelphians. 5 overs to go, 117 for 3. interesting place to set up camp. Spectators all around the ground, very far away from the action. Small group in attendance here at the New York Oval, and always run into a lot of new faces when the Philadelphians are playing. So 5 overs to go. Earl Henningham will continue. What a shot. What a shot. Innovative from Aditya Ganesh. Had just the right amount of pace on the ball to just lift it up and over for 4. And this is what I mean. The Philadelphians are playing all of their shots at the moment. Not feeling any sort of pressure, it seemed, by the Eagles. And Earl Henningham has come back into the attack and has been easy pickings for Aditya Ganesh first up. 121 for 3 now, the Philadelphians. 73 run partnership between Aditya Ganesh and J. Kishan Parwani. They've gone about business so effortlessly as Henningham continues. Inside edge onto the pad, they'll hustle through for a single. So this is very good batting between Parwani and Aditya Ganesh. The Philadelphians continuing to march on.
Sure.
Yeah. 28 balls left. Henningham has been on the expensive side. None for 18 from 1.2 balls. 1.2 overs rather. Brings Parwani back on strike. Striking at 144 is Parwani. Ganesh striking at 148. And again, the power of Corne Dry, the power of Devish Roy Prashad, Suprit Madan, Raymond Ramartan, still left for the Philadelphians. Sliced away, but will be in a vacant area again. Thinking of 2, will only be 1. And this is what the Philadelphians will have hoped to have seen against the Cavaliers, against the Stallions. They've got it against the New England Eagles, and better late than never. Especially at a do-or-die stage, the Philadelphians already on the back foot this season. Exactly the type of performance they will be hoping will kickstart their season. We'll wait and see. Pulled. And that's gone a long way from Aditya Ganesh all the way for 6. And this is the East Bay LA Knight Riders Aditya Ganesh we are getting here today. Shorter delivery from Earl Henningham and given the treatment. And what a shot off the bat of Aditya Ganesh, who I mentioned has not had the best of starts to his Philadelphians career. He has now. He has arrived to the East, ladies and gentlemen. Moves up to 46 of just 28 balls. 3 4s and 2 6s. And the Philadelphians are hammering that gas pedal now. They're going at over 8 runs and over. Projected score looking at around 165, which would certainly be among some of the highest totals we've seen at this venue. It is all going the way of the yellow. The Philadelphians in control of proceedings. Ganesh works this one away into the leg side. Fielder comes around, pushing for a second, and everything the Philadelphians have done has worked out quite well, at least between these two out in the middle. 14 runs off the over from Earl Henningham. who has been very expensive. We normally see him operate at the death. It's unlike him to go for so many runs. It's just been that kind of day for the Eagles. Closes it out with a dot ball. Good delivery from Henningham. So 2 overs, none for 27 for Earl Henningham. It's 131 for 3 after 16. The Somerset Cavaliers have arrived. You can see them warming up. The pitch in between the two that we're using for minor league cricket is in essence being used as a practice ground. The boys from the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, they are ready to go in action in what would be a thrilling encounter between the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers and the New Jersey Stallions at the top of the table. Down the ground. What a hit. Monumental from J. Kishan Parwani. And that has gone a long way. Takes the partnership up to 89 and takes Parwani into the 40s. And what a strike this has been. And what a batting display this has been from the Philadelphians. Now Shawan into his final over. Stepping across is Parwani. This one eluding Rizwan behind the stumps. They were thinking of a second. Parwani was looking to come back. It's buys in the end. So one that eludes Rizwan Mazar behind the stumps. So who will get to 51st? Aditya Ganesh is on 48. He's in pole position. He'll be on strike. Parwani is on 43. Gets this one away. Firmly struck. Straight to the man. Will only be a single. So Ganesh will go up to 49. Can Parwani overtake him? Because both batters have batted incredibly well. Communication, the running has been very good between these two. The timing and just knowing which ball to target and which bullet to target has been very good. Trying something unorthodox that time is Parwani. And just 20 deliveries remaining. You've got two batters high on confidence and you've got plenty of power to go. This is time for the Philadelphians to just really go full throttle. This one is in the air from Parwani on a very well taken catch. Running in. Brilliantly taken by Ashvat Gurumurthy on the boundary. Does very well. Looking to advance and go inside out was Parwani. And Gurumurthy on the boundary. Had to track it all the way. Running in. Takes a very good catch. And it was going to take something special to take a wicket, you felt, for the New England Eagles. And certainly was that. Brilliant catch from Gurumurthy. Sees J. Kishan Parwani go for 43. Philadelphians 139 for 4 as the captain, Corny Dry, walks to the middle. So a round of applause, and rightly so, for J. Kishan Parwani. 91 run partnership alongside Aditya Ganesh. So it is the captain, Corny Dry. I was wondering whether we would see him or whether we would see Devishwar Prasad. It is Corny Dry. Comes in at number 6. And 19 deliveries remaining. Now Shawan picks up the wicket. Looking to tee off for his ball is Corny Dry. So, got hit for a 6, but came back very nicely now, Shawan. He finishes 4 overs, 1 for 29. So, decent day at the office for Adil Shawan. Philadelphians 139 for 4 after 17. So Ganesh will remain on 49 as Hamad Tanvir comes back into the attack. We saw Hamad operate at the start, was struck on the hand, came back, bowled a bit more of an expensive over. Operating here at the end. 17 balls left. Can the Philadelphians get to around 160? Because run a ball will get them, just over run a ball will get them to about 150. And with the way the Philadelphians have carried on, you feel they'll get much more than run a ball from these next 16 deliveries, but there's been a good start from Tanvir. "21 runs to get to 160 and with 16 balls left, and you feel that's well in range for the Philadelphians. With a set Ganesh on 49, Corny Dry, Devish Roy Prashad, Ray Ramratan, the like still to come. Down the ground from Ganesh. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. Just over the head of Earl Henningham. Goes upstairs and brings up 50 for Aditya Ganesh. And listen to the applause from the Philadelphians. They know what this means to them. A big signing coming into the side this year all the way from California. And he has finally repaid the Philadelphians with a big innings. You felt it was coming at some point. He's a quality player. A man that will not be kept quiet for too long. Brings up a half century. Convincing style straight down the ground. Oh, cries of cat. Oh, it's put down. Straight into the hands of Hashib Imrul. How has he put that one down? It was set up perfectly for the New England Eagles. He was placed right there. And we know Aditya Ganesh is a strong player of the scoop. Hence that man out there. He fell right into the trap. And Hashib Imrul could not hold on. So it'll be a single. It will get Corny Dry back on strike, and things just going from bad to worse for the New England Eagles with that drop chance. Almost a half scoop off the bat of Corny Dry. And they'll get a couple of runs, so Dry is off the mark with 2. Hamad Tanvir, 2.5 overs, none for 26. We could see him bowl the final over as well. He's got 1 after this. Iftikhar's got 1. Henningham has been very expensive, but he's got 2 as well. Do they go back to spin, the likes of Sankaran or Hashibimrul? Plenty of bowling options used today by the Eagles. Need to go into the leg side as Dry. They'll hustle through. Ups against the throw. There's Tanvir, so they'll get a leg bye. We'll take the Philadelphians to 149 for 4 with 2 overs left. Iftikhar bowling the 19th. The experienced Noman Iftikhar. It's an inside edge from Cornet Dry. 150 comes up, and that's the applause by the Philadelphians. 11 deliveries remaining. They'll be targeting 160. They could even target 170. Certainly on course for one of the highest totals, perhaps the highest total we've seen on the East Coast. We saw 161 posted earlier by the New York City Titans, rather. That is the highest total we've seen earlier today. The NYC Titans defeating the Manhattan Yorkers. They would have scored 161. Can Philly surpass that? We see a wide from Iftikhar. Run a ball will give them 162. So I want to feel the Philadelphians will certainly get more than 161 with still 11 deliveries to go. On course for the highest total of the season here at the New York Oval. Oh, what a ball! What a delivery from Nomi Iftikhar! And again, that experience just comes into play. Executed a brilliant Yorker. And there goes the middle stump of Aditya Ganesh. So the Eagles will celebrate. It's 3 now for Noman Iftikhar on the day. Cleaned up Omkar Zope as well. And now stumps lining up yet again for the departure of Aditya Ganesh. What a delivery from Noman Iftikhar. But the damage has already been done. Aditya Ganesh has played his part. 56 of just 36 deliveries. You can see and hear the applause coming out of the Philadelphians camp. Aditya Ganesh, a knock well played. 56 of 36. 3 4s, 3 6s. Walks back to the pavilion. So Devishwari Prasad walks to the middle. We saw Devishwari Prasad give the Philadelphians a late flurry of boundaries that helped them at the very least reduce some of the damage that loss would have taken on their net run rate. So it was still an important knock from Prasad despite in a losing contest. May have also helped him as well. Get him into some form. And I mentioned Prasad being one of the most underrated players around the minor league circuit in terms of his complete all-around ability. His batting is something that has been a bit hidden in his minor league career. We saw a glimpse of that yesterday, some of the power that he possesses. So it'll be wides and one more. So 10 balls left in the innings. Couple of wides conceded by Nomi Iftikhar. He'll bring Cornet Dry, the skipper of the Philadelphians, on strike. Well balled from Iftikhar. Experienced campaign of 3 for 27 from Nomi Iftikhar, who himself has been around numerous franchises, has been with the Manhattan Yorkers, has been with the Somerset Cavaliers, now with the New England Eagles. Gets the edge, and that'll race away. So runs, doesn't matter how they come by, the Philadelphians will gladly take it. Devishwari Prasad is off the mark with a boundary. First legal delivery that he has faced. Gets the edge, and it races away. So 9 runs off this over. Can Prasad and Cornet Dry middle a few more? Remember, highest score we've seen this season at this venue was 161 just a few hours ago by the NYC Titans. Philadelphians will surely overtake that. By how much is the question. Taken on the pad, but been drifting down leg, so we'll just be a leg by. 10 runs off this over. Iftikhar struggled a bit with his line, has conceded 5 wides in total. Extras have totaled 8 for the New England Eagles. Can he finish off strong? Iftikhar, will it be Cornet Dry that'll have the final say? Last ball of the 19th. Backs away. Well fielded though, so it'll only be a single. So 11 runs off the over from Noman Iftikhar. 3 for 32 from his 4 overs. A good day for Noman Iftikhar. And with 6 balls left, the Philadelphians are 160 for 5. So 6 deliveries to go, final over. Hamad Tanvir, man with the ball in hand. 3 overs, none for 26. Facing up to Cornet Dry. Oh, very nice. Very nice from Cornet Dry. Just scoops it over for 4. And that is the highest score, highest team total of the 2025 minor league on the East. It has been set by the Philadelphians. We saw 161 by the Titans earlier this morning. The Philadelphians have overtaken that, so it's been a good day for run scoring, it seems, here at the New York Oval. And Cornet Dry picks up a boundary. Still 5 deliveries remaining. How much more can they add on? 170 now suddenly. 175 is perhaps in play for the Philadelphians. Here is Hamad Tanvir. Clipped away in the air, and fielder ran all the way in and decides to just wait for the bounce. Lands short of him in the end. So Devishroy Prashad, we saw him hit some huge sixes yesterday. 4 deliveries left. Can he hit a few in this final over? And gone. So Hamad Tanvir clips the top of the stumps. The bail's gone. And Devishroy Prashad, looking to go big, is cleaned up. Hamad Tanvir gets his first wicket of the day, and the Philadelphians 165 for 6. Prashad gone for 4. Three balls left. So leg by, signal in the end. Corner dry, back on strike. 2 deliveries left. How does Hamad Tanvir close this out? It hasn't been a bad over. Got the wicket of Prashad, has only conceded 6. Suprit Madan out in the middle. Newman. But attention on the skipper. Corner dry. No elevation, just straight down the ground. They're going to push for 2, I would think. They will. Trouble here. Madan is going to be gone. So Suprit Madan, his stay out to the middle hasn't lasted too long. But no real fault of his. Coming back for the second at this stage of the innings is almost a must. So sacrificing himself, he goes 167 for 7. So Ramratan heads out there at the non-striker's end. Most likely his job will just be to run as quickly as he can between the wickets, Raymond Ramratan. Corner dry. Hamad Tanvir has bowled a very good final over. Can he close it out? Slices it. Yes, he can close it out. So a wicket off the final ball. This time Imrul makes no mistake. Corner dry, slices one straight into the hands, and 3 wickets in the final over, falling for the Philadelphians. Corner dry, dismissed of the final ball. Just 6 runs on a leg bite of the over from Hamad Tanvir, who finishes with 2 for 32 from his 4 overs. And the Philadelphians with the highest team total on the East in 2025. Still a very impressive batting display from them, led by that 91-run partnership between J. Kishan Parwani and Aditya Ganesh. Sees the Philadelphians finish on 167 for 8. Huge total under these conditions. The New England Eagles will have their work cut out for them when we return They require 168 for victory from 20 overs. So back with play. The New England Eagles need 168 for victory over the Philadelphians. We saw them chase down a total set by the Manhattan Yorkers yesterday. So they have some experience chasing, although this is a much different test. The highest score in the East that we've seen this season, 167 posted by the Philadelphians. The New England Eagles will certainly have their work cut out for them. Abdul Jabbar has started off very well, 3 dots in a row for the Philadelphians. Vaibhav Sankaran and Ashwat Guramurti out in the middle. Sankaran has been on strike. Guides this one down just out of reach of Ryan Scott. So the first run on the board off the bat of Vaibhav Sankaran. So a promotion up the order for Ashwat Guramurti. We've seen him bat much later in the first few games of this season. Interestingly, no Adil Narshawan. We've seen him open batting previously and thought he did pretty well. Down the leg side will be a wide. Abdul Jabbar, power play spinner. Another wide. We've seen Abdul Jabbar time and time again operate right at the start of the innings. Becoming very common as well. To see a lot of those spinners, maybe not necessarily big turners of the ball, but very quick through the air, can hit a good line and length, and that's what Abdul Jabbar has been doing in this over. Down the ground, but well fielded. So 3 runs off the first over. So as expected, the captain, Corney Dry, will operate from the other end. You see that mix of pace and spin from the Philadelphians, and particularly from the far end, we see the paces operate. So expect to see Corney Dry, maybe Ayush Patel from the far end. And then from the media center end, the likes of Abdul Jabbar. Some of the spinners coming on later on as well, maybe a Suprit Madan or a Raymond Ramratan. He likes to mix his bowlers up, Corney Dry. He likes to keep the paces on one end, spinners on the other. Shorter delivery from Dry. Looking to pull is Sankaran. Sankaran has shown some glimpses of his ability. Has shown that he can stroke it around, can construct an innings quite well, and the few that he's been able to latch onto has really traveled, so showcasing some of his power hitting as well. Play and a miss from Vaibhav Sankaran, so through it goes behind the stumps to Aditya Ganesh. So good start from Corner Dry. Chipped in the air down the ground from Vaibhav Sankaran. Raymond Ramratan gives chase. There's some of that ability I mentioned. He seems to be a solid player, Sankaran. He's got a good enough balance between just the nudging for ones and twos and then the odd big shot here and there. Well struck in the air, but there's a fielder settling under it and has dropped it. So Ramratan, normally a good fielder, has given Vaibhav Sankaran a life, looking to go up and over. Ramratan in action once again and floors it. So the Philadelphians putting an early opportunity down. And you feel the New England Eagles will have to get out of the blocks quickly here. They're already asked to go at about 9 runs and over. And once that required rate gets up to around 10, 11, 12, it's very difficult at this venue to reconsolidate. Have to get going fairly quickly. Good over from Corner Dry. 3 runs from it, 6 for none. So Ayush Patel, the left arm seamer, and I mentioned Corner Dry typically likes to keep the paces on one end. Not on this occasion. We're seeing Ayush Patel operate from the same end we saw Abdul Jabbar. Pulled away into the leg side and goes away to the boundary. So Vaibhav Sankaran picks up a boundary. Seems to be a good player of the ball when it's on a length, just slightly short. Has a very good pull, is strong off the back foot is Vaibhav Sankaran. And I mentioned normally he's a player that likes to balance the aggression with the stroke play, but I think on a chase like this, you'd want Sankaran to keep doing that. Lovely shot up and over from Vaibhav Sankaran, back-to-back boundaries, and he greets Ayush Patel in some fashion. Back-to-back fours, and this is exactly the start the Eagles want. Exactly the start they need as well. And Sankaran, we've seen him be a bit more of a stroke player with the occasional big shot. He'll need to look to be a much more positive today. Will need to find the boundaries. Better delivery from Ayush Patel. And it's interesting to see Ashwat Guramurthy out in the middle. We saw Adil Naushrawan, who was quite solid, played a good hand of 38 in that chase just yesterday. So a bit surprising that they haven't stuck with an opening combination that hasn't fared too bad. Call was early from Sankaran to go through for a single. So a big opportunity here for Ashwat Guramurthy. Again, opening combination that had been working semi-decently for the New England Eagles. So an opportunity up the order for Guramurthy. He's yet to get off the mark. Not the easiest game to walk into. Coming in for an expanded role and requiring just about 9 runs and over from the outset. So Guramurthy will be under a bit of pressure as an opening batter in this contest. Lovely shot just over the head of Corney Dry. Nicely played down the ground from Ashwat Guramurthy. Chip down and drive. That's the way to play, and this has been a good over for the New England Eagles. 13 from it. We saw Ayush Patel deliver an absolute jaffa of a ball to Akshay Humraj yesterday. Nicely driven, but straight to the fielder. So 13 runs off the third over, 19 without loss. So Dry will continue. .149 to win from 102 balls for the Eagles. Short ball from Corney Dry. Through it goes to Aditya Ganeshan. Mentioned how effective that short ball has been throughout the season for Cornet Dry. We've seen boundaries from both batters, a couple from Sankaran. Good delivery. So defensive is Sankaran, who feel it's only a matter of time until they're forced to go back on the attack. Can't afford to get that run rate up too high. Inside edge onto the body, so Sankaran still unable to get away in this over. Scores of 38 and 16 from Vaibhav Sankaran, so has been the leading run getter for the New England Eagles across their opening 2 games. We saw 38 as well from Adil Narshawan just yesterday. We saw 29 from Budagum. Yeah, interesting that we haven't seen Adil Narshawan open the batting. Rishikesh Budagum as well. Some batting options. Rizwan Mazar will come in later on. That middle order. No Mahesh Ram in the side today. Pulled away from Sankaran. Come back for 2. Get there quite easily in the end. Cornet Dry has certainly bowled well since his arrival on the East. Gonna push quickly, and they'll get through. A bit of indecision there at the start. Get through comfortably in the end, and we'll get Guramurti back on strike. And we saw a very crisp looking shot from Ashwat Guramurti in the previous over. Cornet Dry, though, totally different animal. Has been one of the top bowlers across minor league cricket. If you were to look at all 4 seasons prior to the 5th edition this season, Cornet Dry has certainly been one of the standout bowlers. Of course, for the Atlanta Fire. Now finds himself for the Philadelphians. Lovely shot. So again, a couple of steps down the track and just lofted from Ashwat Guramurti. And away it goes to the boundary. So a good end to the over. 26 for none after 4. So Abdul Jabbar will bowl the 5th over, 26 without loss. It's been a decent start for the Eagles. Just looking to keep pace with that required run rate. Still under 9 for now. Peach of a delivery from Jabbar. Through it goes to Aditya Ganesh. Pulled away. Vacant area and runs away to the boundary. So Sankaran continues to bat well. Has really come on the scene this season. This is his first year in minor league cricket. And Vaibhav Sankaran has looked the part at the top of the order for the New England Eagles. Again, a short to delivery, just pulled away. Strong back foot player is Vaibhav Sankaran. I think the message has been made clear to these two batters that they've got to go and go early. This one cut away. Takes a sharp bounce and will get it just a single. So here is Abdul Jabbar Guramurti. Comes back onto strike. Driving straight to the fielder. Guramurti looks to be a very solid driver of the ball. I've seen a couple of times, just a couple steps down the wicket. Lofted drive. Big shot then from Jabbar, looking to pull him to the leg side on that occasion. It certainly seems when the ball is pitched up with some pace on it, Ashvat Guramurti is gonna go after it. So you see on that occasion Jabbar just pulling his length back, sensing that Guramurti will punch and drive the ball hard along the ground if it's pitched up. Trips this one away, will be a single. So Guramurti gets one at the end of 5. It's 32 without loss. So Madan, Suprit Madan. Final over of the power play. We see again mixing things up. There's plenty of bowling options in this lineup for the Philadelphians that Cornet Dry has not shied away from using all of them. Play and a miss. You can hear the noise from the Philadelphian boys that they're fired up. They know they've got a good total on the board. They know they've been on the back foot to start this season. But this could be the day. things turn around and their season could possibly turn around. So they're very vocal in the outfield, sensing today could be a big day. In win now territory, having lost their opening 2 games, the Eagles are 1-1. This is very good from Suprit Madan. Hasn't given up a run as yet. Guramurti has not been able to get away. Hustle through, Ryan Scott with the throw. Seems to be a very strong front foot player looking to drive Guramurti. Suprit Madan has just pulled his length back slightly, trying to make him take away those drives, and he's kept him quiet in this over. Now you've got a man, Sankaran, who's kind of the opposite really. Prefers to hang back on the back foot, likes the ball on the length. So final ball of the power play, 33 without loss, are the New England Eagles. Suprit Madan has bowled a very tight over. Pulled away and well away from Ryan Scott. So there I mentioned Madan going into the pitch, Sankaran on the pull, and away to the boundary for 4. So a good way to end the power play for the New England Eagles. 37 without loss after 6. Raymond Ramratan, right after that power play signal, we see the wrist spinner coming on. Swept away right in front of Ryan Scott. Be just a single to Guramurti. We'll get vibe up Sankaran back onto strike.
Yeah, but the top one over here.
9.4 now the asking rate for the New England Eagles. Still on the back foot, but it's not out of reach yet. It's been a steady start. Direct hit. Direct hit. And the Philadelphians are up. Not out, says the umpires. Made it home safely in the end. The Philadelphians still pleading their case. Sharp single taken between Sankaran and Guramurti.
He's not generator. There is a generator.
Yeah, but that one is gas.
Alright, disconnect.
That one
Disconnect your monitor.
Pulled.
Yeah.
Well stopped out there on the boundary, but still get a couple of runs to Sankaran. Raymond Ramatan has certainly gotten an expanded role with the ball. We've seen him with the Stallions used more so as a batting all-rounder. On the Philadelphians, he's been utilized for his wrist spin. He's batting much later, but has certainly been given a lot more overs to ball, a lot more trust put in him by Captain Corny Dry to deliver, especially in these middle phases. On the sweep is Guramurti. We saw that sweep pulled out many times by Aditya Ganesh. So Abdul Jabbar.
So all the other ports you can except the water port, right? The outlet port. So already on two things up.
In fact, it's Suprit Madan. Sorry, we'll continue.
Or it just won't allow that much power to come. But the reason why I think I fuse
I think if you do, I think that is
the thing.
They pull too much power.
They pull too, yeah, and you see, so
forget that they
no. So that's what I say. So when I plug in my phone charger, it tell you when you're looking at all. So that's why I come to the assumption that the fuse probably the big deal. So what it is I'm gonna ask you is so I disconnect the monitor.
So it's J. Kishan Parwani rather, so just have to clarify that. J. Kishan Parwani
Went to plug it back
into the attack.
No problem. Alright.
Cut away. Plug protection out there.
Okay, no problem.
So it's still been a steady start here for the New England Eagles. They haven't lost any wickets as yet. They're keeping a fair distance with that required run rate. Hasn't hit 10 as yet.
Wow.
Going on the reverse is Guramurti. J. Kishan Parwani, we saw him have such an impressive day with the bat. Here with the ball in the air, but will land well in front of the fielder. So Guramurti, similarly to Aditya Ganesh, looking to sweep the ball. On that occasion, that's high up in the air, but well in front of that man out in the deep. So 48 on the board for the Eagles, nearing that 50 mark as a team. Vaibhav Sankaran has looked very fluent, very positive. Another wide here from Parwani, so he's gone a bit too far outside the off stump on a number of occasions.
But doesn't make it look as good as possible. Let's be wild. Yeah. So just don't forget to keep on.
Playing a miss from Sankaran. 8 gone, 49 without loss. So Ramratan continues. 1 over for 7. 49 on the board for the Eagles. Goramurti straight back to Ramratan. Sliced in the gap. This will be the 50 for the New England Eagles. And it'll be a boundary as well to Ashwat Goramurti. So given some width and sliced away uppish, but did well to find the gap. And the 50 comes up for the New England Eagles without loss. So Goramurti and Sankaran continue to bat on well. Driving nicely again here is Goramurti. Be just a single. So mentioned how fluent Goramurti does look with the straight drive, the cover drives, anything pitched up. Goramurti will take on. Just try and maybe pull your length back. We saw Abdul Jabbar and Suprit Madan try that. On the flip side, you've got Sankaran, who will feast on anything slightly short of a length. So two very opposite players in terms of what they want to target. One very strong off the front foot, the other very strong off the back foot. So a lot of adjustments needing to be had by the Philadelphians. It's been another strong opening stand. If it's one thing we've seen quite a bit throughout this season, is that teams are learning how to survive. Poor delivery, and has been given the treatment by Ashwat Goramurti. And signaled 4 in the end. Just in front of the boundary rope in front of Ryan Scott. So Ramratan, a poor delivery, really a drag down. 10 runs off the over. And eluding Ganesh this time, so it could be a bye here. See the hand, yep. So a bye. Makes 11 of the over. It's 60 without loss after 9. So 60 for none. Parwani will continue. Gonna hustle through Boulder's end, but got through safely in the end did Guramurti. This is a very good partnership, a big partnership here between the New England Eagles batters Vaibhav Sankaran and Ashwat Guramurti. Still a long road ahead, still need over 100 to win, still need almost 10 runs and over, but they're going along quite nicely here.
Back to the dungeons.
Yeah, you enjoying that, man?
What are game going in?
Around 60 runs right now and a 10 over.
Up and over from Sankaran. Was thinking of a second, will only get one. So Parwani is just another bowler being thrown into the mix here for an already diverse Philadelphians bowling attack. We still haven't seen Deveshwari Prasad, and we've already seen 6 bowlers used. Slapped straight back to him, well fielded. One that probably should have done a bit more with Ashwat Guramurti.
Shot boy. Jeez.
Looking to cut and missing, so one that goes through to Ganesh. Tidy over here from Parwani. Once again, he's bowled quite well, just conceding 7 runs. Big shot, chance, straight to the fielder. And there is the first wicket for the Philadelphians. Jai Kishan Parwani has been bowling so well, putting the pressure on, and Ashwat Guramurti looking to go up and over. Picks out the man out in the deep, and the first wicket falls. It's 62 for 1 as Guramurti goes for 24. Well, Parwani causing all sorts of problems here. Adil Narshawan walks out at number 3. Looking for a late cut. Almost gets one through to slip. So 2 off the over, 62 for 1 after 10. So 106 to win from the final 10. Devishwari starts with a wide. The New England Eagles are 63 for 1 at the 10 over mark. Well, 62 before that wide. They'll need another 105 from the next 10, so they'll have to get a move on. Thankfully, they've got 9 wickets in hand. Edged. And this will be very valuable runs for the New England Eagles. It'll go away to the boundary off the outside edge of Vaibhav Sankaran. So immediately Prashad into the attack. Starts with a wide and then a bit of an unfortunate one for him. Edged away for 4. So 7th bowler used, Devishwari Prashad for the Philadelphians. Chipped. Be a single. So Adil Narshawan will be on strike. Has only faced the 1 ball. Yet to get off the mark. $100 more to win brings the equation down. 100 to win from 58 balls, asking rate 10.3. Still the likes of Rishikesh Budagum and Rizwan Mazar. See how Adil Narshawan does here. A cutaway, what a shot that is from Adil Narshawan, given the right amount of pace, right amount of width, and just finds the gap nicely. And Adil Narshawan, we mentioned, has had a pretty solid start to his minor league career. Has been a man that I've seen so many times in the New York area, has been around for many years, but finally has gotten his chance at the minor league level. And he has certainly stepped up. Has played a few good knocks, did well yesterday, leading the New England Eagles through that chase against the Manhattan Yorkers. Will look to do something similar, only this time a much bigger chase ahead of him. Push this one, will just get a single. So Prashad has been targeted in this over. 11 runs from him already. Just 2 deliveries remaining. Sankaran is on 38. We haven't seen any 6s as yet in this innings, but we've seen 10 4s. 5 of them from Vaibhav Sankaran. 95 to win from 56 balls. Devishwari Prashad has always been a top wicket taker around the minor league scene, even if he may go for runs every now and then. Sankaran on 38, Narshawan on 5, and it's been some newcomers to the Eagles that have really led the charge at the top of the order. Sankaran, Adil Nashawan, bit of a mix-up, and eventually they will get through for the single. So 12 runs off the over, 74 for 1 after 11. .94 to win from 54 deliveries. Some "Let's Go Philly" chants being heard from the yellow tent, and rightly so. It's certainly been a great day for the Philadelphians. We've been missing some of their supporters throughout the first few days of the tournament. They finally showed up. We finally seen the big yellow tent, and interestingly enough, it seems as if the Philadelphians could be on course for their first win of the season, so maybe they need to come back more often. So 74 for 1, Sankaran is on 39. We'll be looking to find another gear. Now Shawan on the other end is on 5. Parwani will continue. .94 to win from 53. Asking rate 10.6. In the air from Sankaran and gone. So a soft dismissal safely into the hands of Corne Dry. And Jay Kishan Parwani is becoming a bit of an unknown hero here, both with bat and ball, making a case for him to walk away with the man of the match. Vaibhav Sankaran being stretched, being forced outside off, looking to go up and over, but a soft way to end what has been a fighting innings of 39. Corne Dry takes the catch. It's the second for Parwani. The Eagles are 74 for 2. .74 for 2. Jay Kishan Parwani has gotten the wicket of Vaibhav Sankaran, and it has brought the captain, the hard-hitting Rizwan Mazar, out in the middle. And with an asking rate of almost 11 and over, Rizwan Mazar could very well be the man here for the New England Eagles. Straight away, firmly struck down the ground, and we'll get a single. So we've seen a couple of big sixes already from Rizwan in terms of this season, but haven't seen any substantial knock from him yet. And what better time, what a game. I feel this is a game that sets up nicely for Rizwan Mazar to come in and just swing it to all parts of the ground. Him and Adil Nashawan play a lot of local cricket together as well, so know each other, understand each other. Cutaways will get a single. Just one thing about Rizwan Mazar, He's not going to waste any time. He is going to go and go hard right from the start. Asking rate is over 11. Rizwan treats every ball in any game at any time as if the asking rate is over 11. Doesn't need much of an invitation, but with his team needing a big knock and most importantly, an explosive knock from somebody, Rizwan Mazar could certainly be the man for the job. Down the ground. Just be a single despite the fumble in the outfield. So another great over from J. Kishan Parwani. 1 delivery left. 2 for 10 in 2.5 overs. At a time in which the New England Eagles were keeping themselves fairly on pace, Parwani has come in with some game-changing overs here. Have really pushed that run rate back up. One making a significant amount of height, but it'll be called a wide. So still 1 ball left from Parwani. Eagles will gladly take the extra ball and extra run. Another one that's getting a good bit of bounce off the surface. So 4 runs off the over and the wicket. 78 for 2 after 12. So Abdul Jabbar, 8 overs left, 90 to win. Rizwan Mazar out in the middle for the New England Eagles. Third over for Jabbar, 2 overs for 9. And here he is to Rizwan Mazar. Big heave across the line from Rizwan. Doesn't quite go to plan. Hammered away, so not getting the elevation just yet is Rizwan. Always looking to tee off, may seem a bit agricultural at times, but that's just the way he is, Rizwan Mazar. We'll hand things back over to Adil Narshawan, who you feel is perhaps the constructor of this partnership. You would expect Rizwan Mazar to be the aggressor. We've seen a boundary as well from Narshawan. Cut away, they'll push for 1. They'll get through quite easily. Two and a half overs for 11, Jabbar. Rizwan, just enough. Over the head of Devishwari Prasad on Rizwan Mazar. First of what could be many. We'll have to wait and see. Launches 1 all the way for 6. In the air again, Rizwan, and that's even bigger. So all the way for 6, back-to-back maximums from Rizwan Mazar. Just have another look at this, and for those that don't know who Rizwan Mazar is or haven't followed the East, he is a ball striker of monumental proportions. Just have a look at that. The swing all the way for 6. Going back to back. Can he make it 3 in a row? Down the ground. This time all along the ground. He doesn't deal in many 4s, does Rizwan Mazar. He only deals in 6s. Down the ground to Zop will just be 1. So 15 from the over. And Rizwan keeping things alive here for the Eagles. 93 for 2 after 13. So 75 to win from the final 7 overs. Rizwan Mazar is on 16 of 7, has struck a couple of big blows, and the captain has noticed that. And this could very well be an interesting contest. Corny dry to Rizwan Mazar. 16 of 7. And looks to go after his opposing captain right away, does Rizwan Mazar. I'll tell you what, Rizwan Mazar has very little respect for even the best of bowlers around. Once he gets going, and especially with a target in front of him that he knows he has to achieve, he will take on anybody in the world. And Corny Dry, very crafty bowler, one of the best bowlers around, bowling to Rizwan Mazar. Going down the track. Short delivery again works out well for Corny Dry. So far, he's won the battle. Can he win the war in this over, Corny Dry? Rizwan Mazar, the captain for the New England Eagles this season. I think I like it. There's been plenty of times previously he's come out batting at 8 and 9 and sometimes even 10. It's just, I think now with the leadership role, he's backing himself a lot more to come in earlier in the innings. And frustrated with himself that he can't get Corny Dry away, but he'll hustle through for what will be a leg by. And you can see the intent is very clear from Rizwan. Looking to launch every ball out of the ground. Adil Narshawan is on 7. Hasn't faced a whole lot of deliveries. Having walked out to the middle about 4 overs ago, he's only faced 6 balls. Corny Dry, 2.5 overs, none for 10. Exactly the type of figures you want from your premier bowler. This one is cut away from Narshawan. Pick up a single. And now the battle continues here between Corny Dry and Rizwan Mazar. Just cannot underestimate the quality of Corny Dry, the skipper of the Philadelphians. Can come in pretty much at any stage of the game, bowl to anyone, and has been quite economical throughout the years. Top edged, and that'll fly. So not the most convincing from Rizwan Mazar. but it goes away to the boundary. Nonetheless, went back to the short ball. Cornet Dry was looking to go after it again. Mazar got enough on it to take it away, and just with the pace of Cornet Dry and the intensity of the swing from Rizwan Mazar, the ball will fly. So 69 to win from 37 balls, 99 on the board for the New England Eagles. Final ball in Cornet Dry's third over. Does Mazar just try to see him out? No, it's Rizwan Mazar. He doesn't try to see anybody out. He tries to dismantle them. And he's gone straight down the ground to bring up the 100 for the New England Eagles. Back-to-back boundaries to close out the 14th over. And Rizwan Mazar has arrived. Do not go away. The New England Eagles are still in this game. It's 65 to win from 6 overs. 103 for 2. So Ramratan, 6 overs remaining in the air from Naushawan, and will land in front of Prashad. Be a single, so Ray Ramratan into his third over. Has gone for 18. 64 to win from 35, and it's the captain of the Eagles, Rizwan Mazar, who has really stolen the show the last 2 overs or so. Big swing and a miss from Mazar. Dragged down, swung away, oh, just in front, and it was an awkward place to bounce for Ryan Scott. Bounced right in front of him and over his head. He's not the tallest of men as Ryan Scott, and definitely catching one in an awkward position, found himself, and it's gone past him for 4. So another boundary off the bat of Rizwan Mazar. Ramratan under a bit of pressure. Anybody would be under pressure at this stage of the game, bowling to Rizwan Mazar. Just out on 1, looking to hammer one down the ground. Ramratan holding up well so far. Asking rate is over 11. So anything less than that is doing the job for the Philadelphians. Very straight field coming in. You see Omkar Zope and Prashad. He loves to hit down the ground as Rizwan Mazar, so it makes sense. Thinking of a second. I'm very unhappy with the response from Adil Noshawan. Wanted to come back for the second. Funnily enough, set a very straight field, making him, trying to entice him to hit straight, but bowling one shorter that was pulled into the leg side. Lucky got away with one there.
Off.
So now Shawan is on strike. In the air, chance. Ryan Scott doesn't drop catches. And Adil, now Shawan has to go. Had to do something now, Shawan. Rotating the strike and just getting Rizwan back was only going to help so much. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, but can only find the safe hands of Ryan Scott out in the deep. So Raymond Ramratan gets the wicket. And it's the end of now Shawan, who falls for 9. It's 109 for 3. Well, some of the noise has returned from the Philly fan tent. They've been silenced a bit with some clean hitting from Rizwan Mazar, but the wicket of Adil Nashawan has brought them back to life. Rishikesh Budagum walks to the middle for the New England Eagles with 59 to win from 5 overs, and you get the feeling that this is it for the Eagles. It's these two that probably have the best chance to bring things home. We know Hashib Imrul can bat, or Henningham can strike the ball quite nicely at times, but in terms of recognized batters, Rizwan Mazar and Rishikesh Budagum could be the final hope here for the Eagles. Prashad will come into the attack, 59 to win from the final 5 overs. And it's Rizwan Mazar, the captain, to face. Not quite ready, so we'll get a helmet. Swung away from Mazar. Does well to keep it in play. We'll get a couple of runs to start off the 16th over. You know, Rishikesh Budagum is a class player at the other end. We've seen him a few times before in previous editions. Rizwan Mazar on 31 of 17 balls. Looking to go big again. Right in the same area. And once again, they'll come back for 2. So decent start for the Eagles. Anything to just keep the runs flowing.
Watch out, guys.
28 balls left, 55 runs to get. Making adjustments to his field now is Prashad. Anything to try and contain Rizwan Mazar at this stage of the game, and further adjustments being made. So ready for the third ball here is Mazar. Muscles it. And that's in the gap on our way to the boundary. Hits it so hard, does Rizwan Mazar. On our way to the boundary for 4 more. 51 to win from 27. Rizwan Mazar. 4 fours and 2 sixes for him. Ready to face up again to Prashad. Already 8 from this over. Swung away again. He's running the first one quickly, but 1 is all he'll get. So we'll see Rishikesh Budagum on strike for the first time. 50 to win from 26 balls. Things coming down to the wire here. And as long as Rizwan Mazar is out in the middle, the New England Eagles still have a genuine chance at winning this game. All on the line for the Philadelphians. They badly need a win. Here is Budagum. First ball straight back, but it's a bum ball. 12 runs and over now is the requirement. Budagum on strike. Advances, will nudge it for a single. So Budagum will keep the strike. It'll be 49 to win from 24 balls. 119 for 3. So Ramratan will continue. Last over would have bowled really well. Only conceded 6. Picked up the wicket of Adil Naushwan on the very last ball. Bowling now to Rishikesh Budagum. He's a decent player of spin. Budagum. Remember, after this we've got an over from Cornet Dry left. We've got two overs from Prashad. An over from Parwani as well. So we'll see which direction does Cornet Dry go for his final 3 overs after we see Ramratan. So Ramratan starts with a wide. Extras will certainly help the Eagles at this stage as well. Budagum sweeps this one away. Only get 1, so Rizwan will come back on strike. 47 to win, 23 balls to do it. Execution has got to be perfect here from the Philadelphians, making sure all their men are set where they should be. So Rizwan back on strike. And Rizwan Mazar has launched that into the field behind us, all the way for 6. And a huge strike at that as well. Takes him up into the 40s of just 21 deliveries. Rizwan Mazar, the captain, continuing to mount a fight back here for the Eagles. Goes again, this time straight down the ground. Straight to the fielder. .41 to win from 21. Mazar on 44. Mazar goes down the ground, and that will be 50. So a half century comes up for Rizwan Mazar, the captain of the New England Eagles. Brings up his half century in fine style. But for the captain, he knows that the 50 won't be the most important number. That 35 is the number he's more concerned about. It's 35 more to win from 20 deliveries. But Rizwan Mazar, 4 4s, 4 6s from him. Bringing life back to the New England Eagles. And you feel 1 or 2 more overs like this and it's going to be game over. They've got to get Mazar out. Here is Ramratan. Pushes him wide this time. Out to Cornet Dry. They're going to come back for a second, and they're going to get a second. So the throw wasn't the greatest from Cornet Dry. Went to the wrong end perhaps as well. But a couple of runs to Rizwan Mazar. He keeps the strike. And it's 16 off this over from Raymond Ramratan. 33 to win from 19 balls. Final ball of the 17th. And now some final adjustments again being made. Ramratan 1 for 39 from 3.5. 33 to win from 19 balls. Rizwan Mazar goes down the ground for 4. Rizwan Mazar is putting on a show here. Moves up to 56 of just 25 deliveries. And the New England Eagles have suddenly brought the required rate back to less than 10 and over. It's 29 to win from 3. Rizwan Mazar, 56 of 25. It's 139 for 3. .29 to win from 3 overs. The New England Eagles have shifted the pendulum. Rizwan Mazar has certainly been the catalyst of the fight back. 56 of 25 deliveries for the captain. 5 4s and 4 6s. It's Rishikesh Budagum facing up to Prashad. Big appeals, looking to scoop is Budagum. On big appeals, the Philadelphians were convinced it won't be a wicket, but it'll still be a dot ball. A crucial dot ball at this stage. But the Philadelphians thinking they should have had the wicket there of Rishikesh Budagum. And I mentioned when Budagum walked to the middle that this was probably going to be the partnership. If the Eagles are to win this game or to even come back in this game, it was going to have to be Rizwan Mazar and Rishikesh Budagum. Budagum has been mostly a bystander in the carnage that we've seen from the other end, from Rizwan. He'll have a role to play as well. Swing and a miss again. So Prashad has started this over very nicely here. Rishikesh Budagum looking to go for a big shot on twice. Has not been able to connect, so pressure now back on the New England Eagles. And Rizwan Mazar is at the non-striker's end. Prashad, 2.2 overs, none for 22, has been on the expensive side again, but he bowls the difficult overs in the game. And again, a swing and a miss from Budagum. He is losing the plot here as Rishikesh Budagum. He's got Rizwan Mazar at the non-striker's end. All he's got to do is get him back on strike. He's played 3 big shots and he hasn't made any contact, and suddenly the run rate is back over 11 and over. Prashad has started brilliantly here. Budagum, he's on 2. Mazar is stuck at the other end. Pulls this one away. Has he found the fielder? Yes, he has. So Budagum falls and Rizwan Mazar is still going to be at the non-striker's end. What an over this is for the Philadelphians. Deveshwari Prashad gets the wicket. And things beginning to fall apart here for the New England Eagles. Rishikesh Budagum maybe unclear of the plan here. I'm wondering what has he been trying to do. Looking to clear the fence again and picks out the fielder. And another wicket falls. It's 4 dot balls in a row. One of them, the wicket of Budagum for 2. So 29 to win from 14. Earl Henningham has walked to the middle for the New England Eagles. And we know Earl Henningham is a capable batter himself. Rizwan Mazar is at the non-striker's end still. He's watched 4 dot balls go by, including the wicket of Budagum. Henningham has gone big for his ball. It could be another wicket. It is another wicket. Ryan Scott takes the catch yet again. Earl Henningham has come and Earl Henningham is gone for his ball, looking to clear the fence. And this is a magical over for the Philadelphians. 2 wickets in back-to-back balls for Deveshwari Prashad in almost identical fashion, picking out Ryan Scott in the deep. And it's back-to-back wickets. Prashad will be on a hat-trick. It's 29 to win from 13. And I'll say it again, Rizwan Mazar remains on the wrong end of proceedings here. It's 139 for 5. Henningham is gone for a golden duck. So Hashib Imrul walks to the middle at number 7 and he's got a hat-trick ball. Now what do you do in this situation? You've got a man on a hat-trick, and usually we see batters just try to defend and just to survive, but when you need 29 from 13 balls and it's basically a free swing for Hashib Imrul, you don't want a single, you want to get Mazar on strike for the next over, so it's either .6 or 4 here for Hashib Imrul. And despite it being a hat-trick ball, I think Hashib Imrul has got to try and go for something big here. You've got to think of the game first, rather than just trying to survive a hat-trick. And now some mind games being played here. We saw Prashad run in and not deliver, now Hashib Imrul backs away. 29 to win from 13. Hat-trick ball for Devishwari Prasad. What does Hashib Imrul do here? He goes big! He goes big! This is a chance! It is! It's a hat-trick! Devishwari Prasad has got a hat-trick! And the Philadelphians, what an over! A triple wicket maiden, including a hat-trick! Hashib Imrul, he took my advice to some extent, knew he had to go for something big. It went straight up in the air, and the simplest of catches. And Devishwari Prasad, one that he'll remember for a long time, an over he'll never forget. A hat-trick against the New England Eagles. A triple wicket maiden in the 17th, in the 18th over. What an over, and what a roller coaster of a ride this game has been. A hat-trick for Devishwari Prasad. Omkar Zope. Omkar Zope took the catch, the youngster. Devishwari Prasad has gotten a hat-trick. Hashib Imrul is gone first ball. It brings Hamad Tanvir out to the middle. Rizwan Mazar, if there's any silver lining in that hat-trick and that over, it's that Rizwan Mazar is back on strike. But he's been out of strike for so long, you wonder, has he lost his touch? Has he lost his momentum? And he'll be facing up to the Philly captain, Cornet Dry, in what is going to be a huge over. Cornet Dry to Rizwan Mazar, 29 to win from 12. Do not go anywhere, folks. We have got a game on still. Goes to the short ball, this Cornet Dry. Too short on that occasion, it's going to be called a wide. The slower bouncer on that occasion didn't quite get it. Called a wide. 28 to win from 2 overs. Rizwan Mazar at this point is probably the one thing standing between Philly and their first win of the season. 56 of 25 for Rizwan. Here is Cornet Dry. Big over this. Oh, swung, straight to Devishwari Prasad. Who else would it be? The hat-trick man has added a 4th wicket in 4 legal balls. He's taken part, he's taken the catch this time. And what can Devishwari Prasad do wrong in this innings? The wicket and maybe the hopes for the New England Eagles is gone. Rizwan Mazar straight down the throat of Prasad. Cornet Dry gets the wicket. And this game has turned on its head. The Philadelphians, from seemingly nothing, have struck back. And the captain Mazar is gone. What a day for Devishwari Prasad. A hat-trick, a triple wicket maiden, and now the huge catch to dismiss. Rizwan Mazar brings the experience of Noman Iftikhar out in the middle. And we know Nomi is a more than capable batter. But 28 to win from 11 is still a tall ask. Still not impossible. By no means is this impossible. But for a number 9 batter in Iftikhar facing up to one of the best around, Cornet Dry, you've got to say advantage to the Philadelphians. Iftikhar slices this one away. This is going to run away for 4. So Noman Iftikhar I mentioned he's a capable batter despite him working in at number 9. And at this stage of the game, you need a couple of boundaries. You need somebody that can just go out and swing the blade. And Noman Iftikhar can do just that. I can do it well. 24 to win from 10. The New England Eagles won't go away. Their captain has gotten them this far. He'll take no further part in this chase. But it's up to Noman Iftikhar. It's up to Hamad Tanvir to keep the fight going for 10 more balls. This will be a wide. So Cornet Dry looking to go outside off stump. Looking to make Iftikhar stretch. Couple of wides now on this occasion. 23 to win from 10 deliveries. What a game we have on our hands here. You can tell what it means to both of these sides. The New England Eagles looking for their second win. The Philadelphians looking for their first. Here is Cornet Dry. Iftikhar gets this one away. They're running hard. It'll only be a single. Only be a single. And Hamad Tanvir will come on to strike. 22 to win from 9. Cornet Dry has 3 balls left, and it's almost a guarantee who will be bowling the final over. Who other than Deveshwari Prasad? He's got 1 over left. 22 from 9. What does Hamad Tanvir have in store for us? A play and a miss. Well bowled from Cornet Dry. Dot balls are like gold here for the Philadelphians. They need to find a way to get runs off every ball here, the Eagles, even if it's just 1 or 2. Cannot afford dot balls, cannot afford any more wickets. Cornet Dry, 22 to win from 8. Tanvir swings it away, Hamad Tanvir has connected with 1, and that has sailed away for a maximum as well. And goodness me, the tail end for the New England Eagles, the resilience, the fight being shown here by the Eagles, despite the loss of Mazar, despite the hat-trick, despite the maiden over, the New England Eagles are still in with a fighting chance. 16 to win from 7. Cornet Dry 1 for 32 from 3.5 overs. Hamad Tanvir, can he connect with 1 more? Oh, he slices! Tanvir has found the fielder! And has he stepped over? He has! He's stepped over the rope! Run out of room! Back-to-back 6s from Hamad Tanvir! And it's brought the equation down to 10 needed in the final over. What are we witnessing here? The New England Eagles, they will not back down. Running around the fielder. And you could see the displeasure on the faces of some of the Philadelphians fielders. Why didn't he try to throw it back in? Took the catch, but ran out of room. Back-to-back maximums from Hamad Tanvir. Brilliant contest this. Completed the catch out there on the boundary, but couldn't parry it back in play. At least save the runs, even if not take the wicket. It's 10 to win from 6. The Eagles have got themselves back in the game. But guess who it is bowling the final over? Deveshwari Prasad. 3 for 22, including a triple wicket maiden just 2 overs ago, and a hat-trick and a catch to dismiss Rizwan Mazar. Does he have 1 final over of magic? Or will the tail end of the New England Eagles prevail? $10 to win from 6. What drama we have had. Rizwan Mazar got things down, took the game deep, and it's up to Iftikhar, it's up to Tanvir to bring it home. Iftikhar works this one away. See what this is. It's a leg bye, so they'll take any runs they can get here. Hamad Tanvir has shown he can hit the ball a long way. Has given it the long handle on quite a few occasions already. 2 sixes. Here's Prashad. 9 to win from 5. Tension all around on both sides. Tanvir on strike. 9 from 5. Swings it away. They'll push for 1. They'll push for 1. 1 is all they will get. Zope does well. And the noise ringing out. There's a lot of Philadelphian supporters here. Feeling the pressure now on both sides. 8 to win from 4. So about exactly 2 runs a ball required at this stage. Can they get a boundary? Noman Iftikhar is on 5. Swings it away. Well stopped. Well stopped. They're going to push for 2. And they'll come back for 2 easily in the end. So they need 2 runs a ball. There's one of them. 6 to win from 3. The Philadelphian supporters trying to be as loud as they can, but even they too are very nervous, very tense. 1 big blow and it's game over. It's 6 to win from 3. Iftikhar 7 of 4. He's hit a boundary already. Devishrai Prashad 3 deliveries left. 6 to win. He's had a brilliant day. Plays, misses. They run the bye. Ganesh misses. And they get the bye, so it'll be Tanvir on strike from point blank. Aditya Ganesh couldn't affect the dismissal. It's 5 to win from 2. 5 to win from 2. Hamad Tanvir is on strike. And we saw something last night in Morrisville. We saw a super over between the Morrisville Raptors and the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Will we see a super over here today? It's 5 to win from 2 deliveries. Hamad Tanvir, he's 1 big blow away. Here's Prashad. Swings, misses, big appeal, finger goes up. Hamad Tanvir is gone. Listen to the noise that has rung out here at the New York Oval. A 4-wicket haul for Devishrai Prashad. He's got another one. Hamad Tanvir has to walk. And it comes down to 5 from 1 delivery. Hamad Tanvir is gone for 13. And the new man in will need to hit a boundary. A 4 to tie, a 6 to win it. What a game. What a game we have seen here between the Philadelphians and the New England Eagles. An absolute thriller. And the Philadelphian fans are making their presence felt. You can hear the noise, you can hear the support. They're so close, they can feel it. And Devishrai Prashad, the man with ball in hand, has given them every reason to shout, every reason to clap, every reason to keep believing. Five to win from 1 ball, 4 to tie, 6 to win. It's Aryan Joshi who has walked to the middle for the Eagles in at number 10. Devishrai Prashad has had an almost perfect day. 1 final ball. Not yet. Not yet. We've got to let the suspense build a little longer. 5 to win from 1 delivery. Aryan Joshi, he knows what his job is. Swing for the fences and hope for the best. Prashad to Joshi, 5 to win. He swings, it's gone nowhere. It's gone nowhere. It won't go to the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. That's all it'll be. And Devishrai Prashad has held his nerve in the final over. And the Philadelphians, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They've gotten there in the end by 2 runs. What a bowling display from Devishrai Prashad. 18th over, a hat-trick, triple wicket maiden in the 19th over of Cornet Dry took the catch to remove Rizwan Mazar. And with the New England Eagles needing 10 to win in the final over, Devashari Prasad has held his nerve, got the wicket of Hamad Tanvir. And what a win. What a way for the Philadelphians to notch up their first 2 points on the points table. But a valiant effort by the New England Eagles. Rizwan Mazar with 56 brought the game down, kept them in contention. Iftikhar and Tanvir fought valiantly towards the end as well. But Devashari Prasad, the day belongs to Devashari Prasad, who has seen the Philadelphians, has helped see the Philadelphians through by 2 runs over the New England Eagles. What a game. What a way to wrap up action here on this pitch. Action continues behind us. You've got the New Jersey Stallions taking on the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, so be sure to tune into that game. Still lots of fun-filled action from the East. But for now, it's the Philadelphians finally with their first win on the board. They defeat the Eagles by 2 runs.